You knew my husband a little, so you can guess perhaps something of the story. Then pressing her hand to her head, she was silent for a time. You see, I have had a child, a daughter, and I can never have another. Mrs. Calendar and Richard want a son. I know that. The old woman wants someone to care for all her money. You see, he's no good at it. They've never said anything, but I know she wants me to divorce him so that he can marry again. I can feel all their will working against me. It's horrible. It's sinister. It's always concealed by smiles and smooth words. I can't do that. I can't. Not yet, perhaps someday. The tears began to flow again, for even Sabina could not keep from pitying herself. And I know there are other women. I think I am a little mad to behave in this fashion, to come to you, like this. She coughed nervously. You were always so strong and so independent. So was I, once. She rose and dried her eyes and powdered her nose. Now, she said, I look presentable again. Then she took Ellen's hand and murmured, You'll forgive me, won't you? I've been a fool. And you'll say nothing. Ellen moved with her toward the long stairs that led up to the door opening upon the street. Together they climbed them, quite close to each other in the friendliest fashion, and from the doorway Ellen watched her, composed once more, chic and worldly, step into her tiny motor and drive away. As she turned from the door and descended the stairs, it occurred to her suddenly that save for chance she might have been the unhappy woman entering the motor. It was amazing what Calendar had done to Sabina. Last night she had been envying her, and today Sabina had come to her almost, one might say, seeking help. Sabina, who had been so cold and impregnable and aloof. And in a strange way, in spite even of Sabina's insults, she had given her sympathy. It was as if they had, tacitly, become allies in the battle against him. 45 Aunt Lena did not interrupt the plans, for she spent only 2 weeks in Paris and left declaring that it had changed for the worse during the 25 years that had passed since her last visit. The new houses looked just like the houses in Vienna. Her friends had died or gone away. In fact, she could see no reason at all for ever having left Vienna. So Rebecca went over to London to make the arrangements, and Schneiderman did what he could in Paris. Between them, they set in motion a caravan of gossip and small talk which found its way through devious channels into Berlin, Munich, London, Rome, and New York. Sometimes news of this new pianist, who was so remarkable, was carried by word of mouth, sometimes it was relayed by letter to the members of Rebecca's tribe scattered across the face of Europe. After a conference in the Rue Rain ward, attended by Lily, Schneiderman, Rebecca, Ellen and Cesar, who took part resentfully until it occurred to him that if Ellen could be made famous he might be free of her forever, a name was chosen. Ellen Tolliver was commonplace and carried no implications that were not solid, respectable and bourgeois. The name which emerged after 3 hours of frantic argument was Lily Barr, a name compounded out of Lily's name and the name of old Jacob Barr, a name that might be anything, a name that had a slight turn toward the Hungarian, a name that was abundant of implications. A musician called Lily Barr could have no past that was not glamorous and romantic, and between them, Rebecca and Schneiderman proceeded to invent just such a past by creating out of nothing the most amazing tales. In all the hubbub and preparations Sabina was forgotten, but the memory of Calendar remained. Ellen, now Lily Barr, prayed that he might reappear for just one night. The success of the concert in Wigmore Street is now a part of musical history. In London Rebecca drafted the services of an immense family connection. Fully one half the seats were taken by Bettelheims, Rockonitzes, Chalovars, Schunbergs, and Abramsons. There were even 1 or 2 Rothschilds present in a box. Schneiderman recruited another group, less numerous but more cynical and hostile, from the musical world. Pictures of Lily Barr, who photographed splendidly, appeared in the illustrated papers, and the critics, instead of sending their second or third assistants to the concert, appeared in person. It was all admirably managed. The shrewd brain of Rebecca forgot nothing. In those busy days the friendly little Jewess with the red hair and ferrety eyes stood forth for the first time in all the glory of her role as impresaria, and when the concert was over and the notices read, it was clear that she had been right in the instinct that had led her to speak to the pale, disagreeable girl in black who had paced the deck of the City of Paris 5 years before. Rebecca had loved music always. She had wished earnestly all her life to be an artist of one sort or another. She had spent years in rushing madly from one capital to another in search of diversion or occupation, and now she was settled. She had found her place as the exploitress, as Schneiderman expressed it, of Lily Barr, the new star upon the horizon of music. But there was one thing of which Rebecca knew nothing and which Ellen chose to keep a secret because it could have been of interest to none save herself. After she had played the first group on her program and returned to the platform in response to the applause, she caught a glimpse among the shadows in the back of the hall of a dark, familiar face. It astonished her that she should have noticed it at all, and once she had seen it, the rest of the audience failed to trouble her. It no longer had any existence. From that moment there had been a strange lift apparent in her music, a wild sort of ecstasy which carried every one with it. She played for one person. Among the shadows at the back of the hall Calendar sat, listening, his dark sleek head bent forward a little. He was alone. It was Rebecca who saw to it, in the months which followed, that Ellen was seen at the proper places, dressed with just a touch of fantasy so that she might attract notice and yet not be taken for a demi-mondaine. It was Rebecca who saw to it that Ellen's fierce dark beauty, so confident now in her triumph, so arrogant, was set down for posterity by the most fashionable portrait painter in England, a man with a romantic reputation whom the gullible public would in time connect with Lily Barr in some hazy intrigue which had never existed. It was Rebecca who saw to it that Ellen was photographed beside this composer and that the photographs, skillfully made with an eye to public attention, fell into proper hands and traveled to America, where they looked forth from the pages of the Sunday supplements into the startled, proud faces of Charles and Hattie Tolliver and Fergus and Robert. They even found their way, after the rest of the family had exhausted the possibilities of the papers, into the cell of Graham Tolliver, who chuckled with wicked satisfaction over the spectacle of the ruthless granddaughter who had, after all, escaped. And they found their way back to the town where Mrs. Herman Biggs, née Seaton and now the mother of 3 children, clipped them and showed them to the neighbors and to her brother Jimmy, a spindly, nervous youth of 19, who in his childhood had been honored more than once by cuffs from the hands of Lily Barr, which the newspapers said, via Miss Schonberg, were insured for $100,000. In her boarding house, cousin Eva Barr, last of the family, dominated the greasy meals for more than a week by the stories of the childhood of Lily Barr. Under the spell of the reflected glamour, she forgot even the charities she administered so grimly, and spent most of her day at meetings and walking along streets where she would be likely to encounter people who would ask about her cousin. For in all the excitement, it seemed that in some way she herself had at last escaped the tradition that made a vigorous, unmarried woman into a grim, forbidding dreadnought. Miss Ogilvy too shared the triumph, though in a different fashion. It was she, after all, who had discovered Lily Barr, but it was not this which warmed her fluttering heart so much as the old secret of the missing 5 hours, which even now she shared with no one. It was Miss Ogilvy, poor, timid, Miss Ogilvy, trapped like cousin Eva Barr in the tradition of an earlier generation, who had helped this Lily Barr to escape. And in her thoughts, she being a sentimental creature and knowing nothing of the truth, the little parlor took on a new glow of romance and glamour. At times, when her secret seemed almost too difficult to keep, she fancied that some day, after she herself was dead, they might place on the front of her house a little tablet with an inscription which read, "It was from this house on the 5th of January, 1903, that Lily Barr, then Ellen Tolliver, eloped, etc. etc." So, in the first years of her fame, Ellen remained a little dazed by her success. She moved, terrified always on the eve of a concert, going between concerts her hard-working, secretive way, so that there grew up about her, in addition to all Rebecca's marvelous lies, a legend of mystery. Few people knew her or anything at all of her real life. There were only the gaudy stories of Rebecca's fabrication which people believed and yet did not believe because there were so many of them and they were all so conflicting. In place of the old coldness and restraint, which melted only when Ellen's fingers touched the keyboard of a Bechstein or a Steinway, Rebecca managed to create such a sense of splendor and unmorality that presently the newspapers, as old Sanson had done long ago, came to speak of her as a second Teresa Carreño. She caught too from Rebecca something of the latter's contagious sense of showmanship and came to understand presently that if one wished to be sensationally successful it was necessary not only to be a fine musician but something of a charlatan as well. She learned not simply to walk out upon the platform, she made an entrance. In Paris, where Rebecca managed to buy up most of the press, she had a great following. Women came to the concerts for no other reason than to see her clothes and to study the youthful perfection of her figure. Success and triumph flared up in her path in whatever direction she turned, yet there were times when the old doubts, the old self-reproach, assailed her bitterly. One night, as she left the Salle Gaveau after a concert, and stood waiting with Rebecca for Schneiderman's motor to come up, the sight of an affiche bearing the name Lily Barr in great letters filled her with a kind of terror. Silently she gazed at it, fascinated by the name and the program in small letters beneath it. Bach, Schumann, Mussorgsky, Chopin, Debussy, all the great names dwarfed beneath the gigantic Lily Barr. She knew that on the sidewalk, almost within arm's length of her, there stood students, hungry and a little threadbare, who waited by the door to catch a glimpse of her as she left the hall. She knew that this Lily Barr, whose name was set forth in letters so gigantic, had every reason to be content. Lily Barr. Lily Barr. She stared at the name with a curious sensation of strangeness, of detachment. Lily Barr was herself now, and Ellen Tolliver was dead, swallowed up by a fantastic creature whom Rebecca and Schneiderman between them had created. To the world Ellen Tolliver had no existence, she had never lived at all, and she had now to play a role to put on a false face that the world might not discover it had been deceived. She was still playing the mountebank, the charlatan, as she had done in the drawing room on Murray Hill behind a painted screen with a Russian tenor and a Javanese dancer. For a moment she hated Lily Barr with a passionate hatred. She had lost possession forever of Ellen Tolliver. In the midst of her pride there had always been the grain of humility, fiercely hidden from the world, which made her in spite of everything an artist. The voice of Rebecca, shrewd and sleek with her success as an exploitress, sounded in her ear. "Here's the motor. We'll be late and the others will have arrived without you. Always hustling. Rebecca, always pushing from one thing to another." César, for all his hopes, had not yet lost her. At that very moment the house in the Rue Rainward was filled with people whom Schneiderman and Rebecca had called in, actresses, writers, rich bankers with a fancy for art, musicians, perhaps even a demi-mondaine or two, all the rag, tag, and bobtail gathered from a dozen cities of Europe. What was she doing among them? She. Ellen Tolliver? Had she lost possession of herself, that precious self she had guarded always with such secrecy? It was not Ellen Tolliver who was going to this noisy party. It was Lily Barr, a creature who had been made out of nothing. Ellen Tolliver would have gone to her room and wept a little over her loneliness. The voice of Rebecca again. "Ravel is coming tonight. He wants to speak with you about the new suite he has done. It is important. Be nice to him." It was all a long way from Walker's Pond. For 2 years she lived, thus, almost in public, sustained always by the glorious vitality descended to her from Hattie Tolliver and guided by Rebecca, who allowed her to miss no opportunity. She was tireless. She appeared everywhere. Yet there was a remoteness about her which none penetrated, save perhaps Calendar, whose dark face appeared now and then in the back of some concert hall, now in Paris, now in London, now in Rome, wherever his path chanced to cross that of Lily Barr. Sometimes as she came upon the stage she caught a fleeting glimpse of him, watching her as he had watched on that first awful evening in Wigmore Street, when so much had hung in the balance. He was always alone. During the second summer she set out with Rebecca to visit Vienna and exploit Aunt Lena and her friends, and to play in Salzburg, but they never arrived, for on the day they left Paris the Archduke Ferdinand was shot in Sarajevo. On the same day Fergus sailed for London. 46 It was Fergus who first called Gramp the Everlasting. The name was not original. He found it in one of the seed catalogues which his father brought into the apartment, for Charles Tolliver, shut up all day in a government office and all night in a city flat, led vicariously a life which in happier times had been a reality. The living room was cluttered with the catalogues of gardening houses and journals which dealt with agriculture, stock breeding and horses. The outward life of the gentleman was scarcely more than an illusion. A man with Charles Tolliver's face and dressed in Charles Tolliver's clothes lived at an address in the East 70s of New York City. The same man worked at the customs house, eating his lunch modestly in one of the little restaurants where Clarence and Mr. Wick had once taken their gloomy meals. But the real Charles Tolliver was not to be found in any of these places. He lived perpetually among the farms of a county in the Midlands, or in the hotel bars and parlors of the town, talking endlessly of the Grand Circuit races. And sometimes he was to be found seated with a fishing rod on the banks of a clear stream 1,000 miles from the greasy current of the North River. When he was not in such places, he could be found among the catalogues which displayed gay-colored pictures of gigantic beets and ears of sweet corn, or in the pages of journals which had splendid pictures of prize cows and great herds of cattle grazing knee-deep in alfalfa. Sometimes he found pictures of his old friend Judge Wilkins' prize shorthorns, and on such occasions he grew sentimental and talked of the county as an old man talks of the love affairs of his youth. One would have thought that the triumph of each new blue ribbon won by Judge Wilkins' prize bull, Herkimer Sextant, was a personal triumph of Charles Tolliver. The city had for him no reality. It was a dreary episode, a nightmare from which he would in time awake as he awaked reluctantly from the pleasant dreams he had when, carefully tucked in on the divan by Hattie's capable hand, he escaped for a little while from the ugliness of the hard, unreal city. Since he had come from the town, the habit of sleep had grown upon him. It was a drug, hashish or opium. It was in one of his garden catalogues that Fergus found the name. Seizing the booklet in hilarious triumph, he bore it to his mother and, holding it open, he showed her a large picture in color of a gigantic raspberry advertised as bearing throughout the season. Underneath in bold letters there stood forth in an amazing coincidence the name Tolliver's Everlasting. The name stuck, and from then on the family referred to Gramp with humorous disrespect by that name. At length the old man himself overheard it and was delighted. He resolved then to see his 100th birthday. In the solitude of his room, he felt amazingly brittle and young. Time rushed past him, tremendous things happened to the family, but he remained passive, unchanged because he had no emotions left to exhaust him. The war that trapped Ellen and Rebecca Schunberg somewhere in the neighborhood of Trieste dawned upon the Tollivers in the most conventional fashion. At first they talked of it as impossible and absurd, and for the first time in years Gramp emerged from his seclusion to discuss with Robert, for whom he had an intense dislike, the siege of Paris, which he had lived through in his youth. Indeed, his interest attained such a magnitude that he very nearly revealed a secret hope that one day he might be taken, a millstone about his daughter-in-law's neck, back to the city where he had spent what she would have called their profligate youth. But he took care not to mention the wish for fear that Hattie, in revenge for so many defeats over so many years, would do all in her power to thwart it. At 90 he wanted to see Paris again. He developed a passion for the military maps which appeared in the newspapers and used up all the pins in the house tracing the advance of the Germans toward the Marne. As for Hattie, she gave small heed to his eccentricities, for she was occupied with other things. Her son, her best beloved, was in England, she could not trust him. He might join in the war. She knew him well enough to know that he would not stop to weigh the chances of death, such a spectacle would fascinate him. And she knew that her daughter, in the company of an unearthly creature called Rebecca Schunberg, whom she had come to regard darkly as a sort of procuress, was lost somewhere in Austria. Until now, these foreign nations had meant little to her save that they were in the part of the world from which came the hordes of aliens who jostled her in the street. But now all was changed, a great war was no longer a distant affair to be treated with indifference. Her children were involved. She fancied Fergus already ill and wounded. She saw Ellen taken for a spy and immured in the sort of a dungeon one saw in the lurid pictures of the Sunday papers. The news that came at last into the midst of her frantic anxiety brought her no peace. The two letters arrived by the same mail. The one from Fergus contained the information that he had gone to France, that vaguely he was trying to find a place where he might see the war. He was all right, he wrote. She must remember his excellent luck. It was all terrible, tragic, incredible, the sights he had already seen, the things he had already heard. Yet it was magnificent too, somehow between the lines of a letter which he had meant to be reassuring and a little cold, she caught a sense of his reckless enthusiasm. She understood that he saw the war as a great spectacle. She remembered him as a little boy, wild with excitement at the glitter and pomp of a circus parade, intoxicated by the splendor, captured by the romance. And she knew that she could not stop him. She knew that all the ink in the world and all the words she might write with it would not hold him back. It was all so clear in his letter. The image returned to her again and again, a little boy, running recklessly, wildly toward the gaudy parade. Only this time the parade was tragic and wound its length halfway across the face of Europe. And because it was so gigantic, it was all the more powerful, all the more glamorous. What could she do against it? Sometimes she cursed Gramp, the everlasting, for the wandering spirit he had passed on to her children, and sometimes she reproached her own people for their strength and energy. If her children had been poor weak things she would never have lost them, she could have guarded them always. Sometimes when her worry and despair became overwhelming, she had a terrible premonition that in the end she would be left, alone, with that terrible sardonic old man, her father-in-law. But Ellen was coming home. Ellen was coming home. She wrote from a place called Genoa to say that she was sailing in 2 days with Rebecca Schunberg, whom Hattie pictured as sallow, dark, and sinister. Ellen had escaped from Austria, out of the midst of the war. She had been arrested with the dangerously international Miss Schunberg, but in the end, due to Miss Schunberg's Aunt Lena and Uncle Otto, everything had been set right and they were allowed to go by boat from Pola into Italy. It was a wretched experience. The police, the soldiers, everyone was stupid and a little insane. Ellen would, she wrote, be thankful to get away from such a madhouse as Europe had become. Damn them, she wrote, for starting a war just when I had planned a tour of Austria and Germany. There was hardness in that one line, of a new and amazing kind. The entry into New York was made, due to Rebecca's shrewdness, the proper sort of event. Two women straight, as the newspaper men managed to make it seem, from the front line. Two women who had been detained as spies. Two women who were good for at least 2 columns of space, paid for at so much a line, not to speak of the large photograph showing them on the deck of the Giuseppe Verdi with a great black Swiss shepherd dog that belonged to Lily Barr. Two women with, almost, the dust of the trenches on their shoulders. The papers were full of Lily Barr, and Miss Rebecca Schunberg, her manager. Everyone got something out of it. Lily Barr got a vast amount of attention. Rebecca Schunberg found herself in the newspapers and rose correspondingly in the eyes of all the relatives and acquaintances. There were Bettelheims and Chalovars and Schunbergs in New York as well as in London and Paris and Vienna, to whom she had been known until now as Raoul Schunberg's eccentric niece. The newspaper men earned extra money on space and the public had a first-hand account of the war. It was all arranged magnificently. Lily Barr got in under the line before the hundreds of other musicians who likewise damned the war and turned their faces toward a new world that had suddenly acquired an enormous importance. Hattie Tolliver, dressed in shabby black, and weeping with joy, was on the pier, and with her, Robert, stolid and a little cynical of the grand manner with which his arrogant sister descended the gangplank. 7 trunks were gone through by customs men. Hattie Tolliver discovered that Miss Schunberg, instead of being a dark, sinister species of procuress, was red-haired, good-natured and immensely excited and triumphant. Robert, to his disgust, was told that he was quite a man, and Hattie was told that she was not a day older, that she must have a new hat, a half-dozen new hats, at once. And, at length, under the eyes of bedazzled fellow passengers, the entire party, with immense gusto, got under way. It was all different from the damp December day when a lonely young widow, secretly terrified, waved farewell to Fergus as the doddering old city of Paris slipped away from the pier. It was not Ellen Tolliver who was returning. She had been left behind somewhere in Europe. It was Lily Barr. The 7 trunks did not go to the apartment in the 70s, they were sent instead to the Ritz, to the rooms arranged by Raoul Schunberg, the diamond merchant, in accordance with instructions from his niece. Miss Schunberg went with the trunks and the wolf-like dog, but Ellen, with her hand clasped in both her mother's, smiling in triumph beneath the gaze of her mother's tear-stained eyes, went straight to the apartment. All the way Robert sat opposite them, stolidly. He was the bourgeois member of the family. For him there were no transports of joy and sorrow, no wild soarings of delight, no gay irresponsibility, no intense passions, no violent depressions, no fierce desire to set off wandering about the earth. And so it happened that he, the most dependable, the most unselfish, was the one whom all the others took for granted. For him there would never be any celebration to mark the prodigal's return. Darkly he knew all this, and was in his quiet way, content. Somehow he had escaped the heritage of the everlasting. Secretly he thought there was a great deal of bunk about Miss Schunberg and his sister Ellen. He suspected that their adventures had not been, in fact, so exciting as Miss Schunberg, with a magnificent embroidery of detail, made them seem. Still, he knew nothing about their profession. Such nonsense might be necessary. Thank God, it was not necessary in the bond business to behave like a 3-ring circus. It was long after midnight when Ellen at last joined her manager at the Ritz. Dressed in the smart clothes in which she left the ship, she remained at the apartment surrounded by her family, talking, laughing, even weeping a bit when the rich, violent emotion of her mother engulfed them all save Robert and the Everlasting in a sort of sentimental orgy. Gramp joined them too, for in a city apartment it was no longer possible to keep him shut away as they had done in the days when he occupied a room above the kitchen. There was but one thing to sadden the reunion, it was the absence of Fergus. Ellen learned for the first time, when she asked for him, that he had gone to Europe. It was rotten luck, because in the depths of her heart he was the one she had wanted to see above all the others. He would have appreciated the grandiose triumph of her return, he would have laughed at it, but he would have understood the importance of the spectacle. He would have known how well it was done. She needed his little touch of mocking humor, his complete sympathy. And now he was gone. There was even a chance that she might never see him again. The others had no interest in the spectacle. Her mother, it was clear, was proud that she was famous, but she really cared nothing at all for Lily Barr. It was Ellen Tolliver who absorbed them all. They wanted to recapture Ellen Tolliver, pin her down and keep her with them forever. And that, of course, could not be done, because there was so little of Ellen and so much of Lily. Once, as they talked frantically, she caught a sudden twinkle in the eye of the Everlasting as he sat, silent and mocking, a little beyond the border of the family group. It was a brief twinkle, which vanished as quickly as it had come, but it told her that he, like Fergus, understood. He knew that she had carried the war into the enemy's country and had won. They hadn't, after all, pulled her down and clipped her wings. And then, during a brief silence, in the flood of talk there sounded through the room the familiar echo of his demoniacal chuckle. He was thinking, perhaps, of the winter night when he threw a fit and so allowed Ellen to escape. The occasion was so great that Gramp was allowed to have his dinner with the rest of the family, a privilege which had not been granted in more than 15 years, for on that first night Hattie would have welcomed the devil himself and placed him on her right hand. Sitting there with his dim spectacles tilted on the end of his high thin nose, he watched them all without taking any part in the celebration. He listened while Ellen described Lily's house in the Rue Rain ward, and he understood, what the others failed to understand, that of course the Baron was Lily's lover. He saw quickly enough that Ellen had closed her eyes to all that took place in the lovely old house. And he knew what the others did not, that Ellen had not really returned to them at all, that she had learned the wisdom of going her own way and allowing others to do the same. She had, in short, discovered freedom. She had found her way about in a strange world and had learned the tricks which gave her the upper hand. He was proud of her to have been so smart, to have learned so quickly. This was no longer the stormy, unhappy Ellen who had run away with the drummer. This was Lily Barr, a woman of the world, hard, successful, with smooth edges. She glittered a bit. She was too slippery ever to recapture. She sat there, in her chic, expensive clothes, self-possessed, remote, smiling, and a little restless, as if she were impatient to be gone already back into the nervous, superficial clatter of the life which had swallowed her. The others would discover all this in time, later on. The Everlasting knew it at once. At 1 o'clock, Robert summoned a taxi and drove with her to the Ritz. It was a strange, silent ride in which the brother and sister scarcely addressed each other. They were tired, and they were separated in age by nearly 10 years. Robert had been but 10 when Ellen eloped. The one was an artist, caught up for the moment in the delirium of success. The other sold bonds and was working at it with a desperate, plodding persistence. They might, indeed, have been strangers. Ellen, watching in silence the silhouette of her brother's snub nose and unruly red hair against the window of the taxicab, began to understand, with a perception almost as sharp as the old man's, what it was that had happened. It made her sad and a little fearful lest she should discover that Rebecca had already gone to bed and she would find herself alone in the gaudy hotel. She was afraid, more and more of late, to be left alone. Still, she reflected, there would be Hunksy, for company. Hunksy, a big, black, wolfish dog who devoted himself to her with a fanatic affection. And the thought of Hunksy turned her memories in the direction of Paris, which lay safe for the time being from the Germans, for Hunksy reminded her always of Calendar and the day, just before they left for Vienna, when a fat little old man brought the dog with a note to the house in the Rue Rain ward. A note which read, "I send you Hunksy because he is like you. He will look well by your side and be devoted to you. He may remind you sometimes of me, even in the midst of wild applause. It would be easy now to forget one who has known since the beginning that you were a great artist." See, that was all, just a line or two, but enough to remind her of what she had forgotten, the awful sense of his patience, which seemed always to say with a shrug that all life was merely a matter of waiting. The solid voice of Robert roused her. "Here we are," he said, and stepping from the cab, she was washed for an instant by the brilliant white glare of electricity and then vanished through the whirling doors into the Ritz. In all the hubbub of those busy, noisy days there were intervals when, for a moment, she found time for reflection, odd moments between tea and dinner, or in the hours after midnight when the roar of the city and the small revealing sounds of the great hotel had abated a little, or moments when Rebecca, buoyant, triumphant and full of business, interviewed in the sitting room the men who came from musical papers suggesting a sort of polite blackmail. Rebecca handled them all beautifully because she had in her the blood of 100 generations who had lived by barter. So Ellen escaped them, save when it was necessary for her to be interviewed. Rebecca arranged the concerts that were to be given. She was busy, she was happy, she was content in her possession of Lily Barr. It occurred to Ellen after a time that she had not seen Mr. Wick. In all the confusion there had been no mention of her mother's lodger. He had not been about. So when her mother came to lunch the next day in her sitting room at the Ritz, she asked, after the usual warm kisses had been exchanged, concerning the mysterious lodger. "He went away the week before you arrived," said Hattie. "I could never understand why. He had seemed to be so satisfied." Ellen endeavored to conceal her sense of pleasure at his disappearance. "Perhaps," she suggested, "he was leaving town." Hattie frowned. "No. It wasn't that," she replied. "He said that he must have a room nearer his work." It seemed a silly reason. Ellen called Hunksy to her side and the big black dog threw himself down with his head against her knee, his green eyes fastened on her face with a look of adoration. She stroked the fine black head and murmured, "You never told me his name." "His name was Wick," said Hattie. "We grew to be very fond of him. He was no trouble at all, though he did sometimes talk too much concerning his family. Still, I can see that he had nothing else to talk about. He didn't seem to have any friends but us. Fergus was the only one who didn't like him." Ellen looked up suddenly. She had forgotten Fergus. She had forgotten that Wick had seen him on the morning when Clarence lay dead on the divan in the Babylon Arms. Perhaps they did not remember each other. Certainly it was clear that Hattie knew nothing. Fergus must have known and, distrusting the nasty little man, have kept his secret. It was a strange world. There was champagne that day for lunch because Rebecca had asked her Uncle Raoul and his daughter, a handsome dark Jewess. Together they sat about a table laden with food which was rich and bizarre to Hattie Tolliver. The sunlight streamed in at the windows and the waiters bobbed in and out of the room serving her daughter the champagne she refused to drink, and when the diamond merchant filled Ellen's glass, she frowned and said, "I wish you wouldn't drink, Ellen. You never know what it leads to." And when Mr. Schonberg, after telling one or two risque stories, held a match to Ellen's cigarette, Hattie frowned again and the old look of suspicion came into her eyes. It was Lily Shane who had taught her daughter to behave like a fast woman. She knew that. It was only when the first excitement of Ellen's return had worn away that Hattie began to feel the dull ache of an unhappiness which she could neither understand nor define. With all the vast optimism of her nature, she had fancied the return of Ellen as something quite different from the reality. 100 times during the long years while her daughter was away, she lived through the experience in her imagination. She saw Ellen taking her place once more in the midst of the family, quarreling cheerfully with Robert, helping her mother about the house, going and coming as the mood struck her. She fancied that Ellen would be, as in the old days, sullen and sometimes unhappy but always dependent just the same, always a rather sulky little girl who would play the piano by the hour while her mother saw to it that there was no work, no annoyance to disturb her. And now it was quite different. She scarcely saw Ellen save when she went to the Ritz to eat a hurried lunch of fancy, rich foods under the bright eyes of the cheerful Miss Schonberg. The old piano stood in the apartment, silent save when Hattie herself picked out her old tunes in a desperate attack of nostalgia. Ellen had played for her a half-dozen times, but always on the great piano in her sitting room at the Ritz. It was not the same as in the sentimental, happy days when Hattie, as ruler of her household, sat darning with her family all about her. There was no time for anything. And Ellen herself, she had become slippery somehow, happier than in the old days, but also more remote, more independent, more complete, as Lily had said. She had no need of anyone. There were days too when Hattie felt the absence of Mr. Wick. Of all those who had at one time or another depended upon her, old Julia, Fergus, Ellen, Wick, and all the others, none remained save her husband. And somehow she had come to lose him too. Here in the city, living in his farm papers and in his memories, he had escaped her in a way she failed to understand. He slept more and more so that there were times when she was worried lest he might really be ill. Robert and the Everlasting were aloof and independent, they were no help whatever. But Mr. Wick had come to her, wanting desperately all the little attentions which she gave so lavishly. And now he was gone, almost secretly and without gratitude. It hurt her because she could not understand why he had run away. At times it seemed that with no one to lean upon her, the very foundations of her existence had melted away. There were moments when, for the first time in all her troubled and vigorous life, she feared that the world into which she had come might at last defeat her. 47 Scarcely a week after the landing of Ellen and Rebecca, Therese Callender landed in New York, almost willingly and with a sense of relief. In the solid house on Murray Hill, the usual army of charwomen arrived and put the place in order against her coming, but on her arrival she closed most of the rooms and chose to live between her bedroom and the library. She was, oddly enough, confused and a little weary. She had been, all her life, a match and more for the shrewdest of men. She had outwitted bankers and brokers and even swindlers, and now she stood confronted by a catastrophe which she was unable to dominate. A third or more of a vast fortune stood in danger, that part of it which she had been unable to save when the maelstrom broke over Europe. Much of it, fortunately, was transferred into safety. Through bits of information and advice picked up here and there in the course of her wanderings, she had divined that one day there was certain to be a war, and accordingly she had taken money out of Germany and placed it in England, disposed of Russian bonds and reinvested the money in America, shifted credits from Vienna to Paris. Yet there still remained a great sum which, for the time being, was lost in the confusion, part of the fortune she had tended with the care of a gardener for his most prized orchid. In the midst of the turmoil she had stayed for days in the office of her lawyer in Paris, wiring now to London, now to Trieste, now in New York, sitting with him, a shrewd, bearded man, in conference with bankers, brokers, and men who simply juggled money into more money. And in the end even she, Therese Calendar, had been no match for the war. She wakened one morning to find the Germans at the gates of Paris and the government fled to Bordeaux. She was alone. Richard and Sabina and little Therese were in England. So alone she had paced the tessellated floors of the monstrous house in the Avenue du Bois, until all had been done which could be done. And at last, glad to leave the Europe which Ellen had called a madhouse, she turned back for the first time in her life with pleasure and relief to the quiet of the brownstone house on Murray Hill. She had come to New York, as may be said of great people, incognita. Only her banker and her lawyer knew she was in town, a strange state of affairs for a woman who had lived always in public, going from one capital to another, seeing scores of people day by day. It was not the money alone which troubled her. There was the matter of Sabina, for which there seemed to be no solution. As she sat alone in the dark library 3 days after her arrival, she turned the matter over in her mind. She thought of the interview which took place with Richard a day or two before the Archduke was shot in Sarajevo, an interview which occurred after lunch in the house in the Avenue du Bois before he took the Boulogne Express to join Sabina in Hertfordshire. Over her coffee, she saw him again, a dark handsome son of whom a mother might have been proud if he had cared more for the things which were the foundation of her life. There was bitter disappointment in all that, his neglect of business and his indifference to money. Here he was, a man of 35, who did nothing but amuse himself. He gambled a bit, he bought a picture now and then, he had a passion for music, he fenced and swam and rode beautifully. Yet there seemed to be no core to his existence, no foundation, unless the satisfaction of his own desire for pleasure might be called the dominant thread of his character. It was satisfaction, no more than that, it was never satiation. If he had been weak or dissipated or a waster, there would have been more to be said against him, but he was none of these things. In this, fortunately, he took after her own people. He had not, like young Americans who had money, gone to pieces. He took good care of himself. He had no habit which had become a vice. He had all the curious strength that comes of an old race. Sitting over her coffee, she saw him again as he stood with the old mocking smile on his two red lips while she argued across the spaces of Wolf's house in the Avenue du Bois. He stood, rocking a bit on his toes, with the easy grace which came of a supple strength, looking down at her out of the mocking grey eyes. "But there is no one whom I want to marry," he had said, "even if Sabina would divorce me." At which she had grown angry and retorted, "Women interest you. It would be easy enough, it would be a nasty, unpleasant business. She is not a bad wife. I might do much worse. I am sorry that she can't have more children, but that is none of my doing. I do not want to hurt her. I might not have another wife as satisfactory." To which Therese had replied, "She is unhappy. I know she is. She can't stand indifference forever, even if she is a cold woman. Besides, she's in love with you. She can't go on always living with you and yet not living with you. She'd be happier free, to marry someone else." Then he had mocked her out of the depths of his own security. "Do you think love is such a simple thing that it can be turned on and off like water from a tap?" She knew that love with him was just that, something which could be turned on and off, like water from a tap. "Besides, it was you who wanted me to marry her. I had other ideas." You mean Ellen Tolliver? She asked. And then, you would not have married her if you could have escaped it, if you could have got her in any other way. But she saw that the look of mockery had faded a little at the sound of the girl's name. She was of course no longer a girl but a successful woman of 30 or more. I don't know, he had said, I don't know what I should have done. Only I fancy that if I had married her there would have been a great many little heirs running about. She had delivered herself into his hands. As a woman of affairs she knew that one could not argue sensibly about what might have happened, and for what had happened she herself was responsible. In that he had been right. Would you marry her today? How can I answer that? Probably she wouldn't have me. Why should she? We're both different now. It's been years. She's rich now, successful, famous. It isn't the same. People don't change as much as that, especially if they not seen each other. They are likely to keep a memory of that sort always fresh. It's likely to grow strong instead of weak. I've seen her since, several times, at her concerts. She saw, with her small piercing eyes, that she had uncovered a weak place in his armor, a single chance on which to pin all her hopes. Have you talked to her? No, she knew too that he was, in a sense, invincible. Sabina, so far as the world was concerned, made an excellent wife. She was worldly, distinguished, clever. So far as he was himself concerned, she gave him no trouble. She did not make scenes and she did not indulge in passionate outbreaks of jealousy. She did not even speak of the love which he sought outside his marriage, the intrigues that were always taking place and now made him invincible in the face of her argument. She effaced herself, and as she had done once before, waited. But on that occasion she had waited for marriage, and had won. Now she was waiting for love, which was quite a different matter. If it's an heir you want, I have one already. He smiled. He must be nearly 12 by now. Of course, he is the grandson of a janitor and the son of a music hall singer. Still, he is an heir. We might legitimatize him. By this stroke he had won, for he had made her angry, the thing he had been seeking to do all the while. I hear from him twice a year, when my lawyer sends his mother money. You'd do well to forget his existence. And then they had talked for a time without arriving anywhere. As usual it was Richard who had won. He had gone back to Sabina as if nothing at all had occurred. Therese drank the last of her coffee and then laid her dumpy figure down on the divan in the dark library. She was tired for the first time in her life, as if she had not the strength to go on fighting. She might have but a few years longer to live and she must hurry and settle this matter. There must be an heir to whom she might pass on the fortune, not a sickly girl like little Therese but a man who could manage a responsibility so enormous. Though her body was weary, her mind was alert. There still remained a chance. In the gathering darkness, she knew that the chance depended upon two things: the hope that Ellen Tolliver still loved Richard as she had so clearly loved him on the night years earlier when the girl had talked to her in this very room, and the hope that Lily Barr was as honest, as respectable, as bourgeois as Ellen Tolliver had been. She got up and in the darkness made her way to the bell. When the butler appeared and switched on the lights, she said, "Please get me a box for the concert of Lily Barr. It's a week from tomorrow." And, as he was leaving, she added, "I shall give a dinner that night. See to it that the rest of the house is got ready." This was the first step. 48 On the very same night in her weathered house sheltered by lilacs and syringas in the town, Miss Ogilvy, trembling and fluttering like a canary set free and preening itself in the sun, packed her trunk for the trip to the east. Anyone looking on might have believed her, save for the wrinkled rosy cheeks and the slight spare figure, a young girl on the eve of her first party. After all, it was an event, the first trip she had made to the East since the 70s when she had sailed as a girl for Munich. And she was going East to hear Ellen Tolliver play. Ellen, who had been a chit of a girl when she had last seen her, Ellen, who was now Lily Barr, whose name and picture appeared everywhere in the papers, Ellen, who had hidden on the night she fled the town in the nest-like parlor of this very house. Miss Ogilvy, packing her best taffeta with its corals and cameos to wear at the concert, indulged in an orgy of memories, memories that went back to the years before Ellen was born, to the days in Munich when for a delirious week, until the heavy hand of her father intervened, she had fancied she would become a great musician and play in public. Pausing beside the old tin-bound trunk, she thought, no, I never could have done it. I was too much a coward. But Ellen has. Ellen has. And to think that I advised her to do it, that I told her to go ahead. In the long span of a gentle life in which there had been no heights and no valleys, this occasion eclipsed all else, even the day she had herself sailed on the black paquebot for Europe. It happens like that, in the most unexpected places, in villages, in towns. Why, even in a dirty mill town like this. It all came back to her now, all the conversation between herself and Ellen on that last day when, weeping, she said to the girl, I no longer count for anything. You are beyond me. Who am I to instruct you? And she remembered too with a sudden warmth the old bond between them, the hatred of this awful, sooty town, a desert from which Ellen had boldly escaped, which Miss Ogilvy had accepted, hiding always in her heart her loathing of the place. And to think that she remembered me, a poor, insignificant old woman like me. To think that she even paid my way. For Miss Ogilvy could not have come otherwise. As the years passed she had grown poorer and poorer in her house behind the trees. Her conscience pricked the old lady. I wonder, she thought, sitting on the edge of her chair before the old trunk. I wonder if I should confess to Hattie Tolliver that it was I who helped them to escape. It would be more honest, since I am going to stay with her. And then she grew worried for fear Ellen might be ashamed of her in her old-fashioned taffeta with coral and cameo pins. Ellen had been living in Paris with Lily Shane, she would know all about the latest thing in clothes. And to convince herself that the dress was not too bad, she put it on and pinning fast the coral and cameos, stood before her glass, frizzing her hair and pulling the dress this way and that. In the midst of these preparations, she was interrupted by the distant jangle of the bell, and the sound caused her to blush and start as if she, an old dried-up woman, had been caught by an intruder coquetting before her mirror. She knew who was at the door. It was Eva Barr and May Biggs come to send messages to Ellen, for they too shared a little her excitement. They would talk, the three of them, about Ellen as they remembered her until long after midnight, for all three hoped that Ellen might be induced to play in the town, especially since there was such a fine new auditorium. They too had claims upon her, claims of friendship and blood and old associations. 49 On the night of the concert Ellen wore a gown of crimson velvet, according to a plan of Rebecca, who determined that the occasion should be a sensational one not to be forgotten. The house was filled, and when Lily Barr came through the door at the back of the stage there was a quick hush, a sudden breathlessness, caused not so much by her beauty, for she was never really beautiful in the sense that Lily was beautiful, but by the whole perfection of the picture. The crimson dress fitted her tightly and was sleeveless and cut low to show the perfection of her strong, handsome shoulders. Her black hair, so black that in the brilliant light which showered upon her from overhead, a device of Rebecca's, it appeared blue as the traditional raven's wing. She wore it pulled back tightly from her smooth forehead and done in a small knot at the nape of the neck. In her ears she wore old Portuguese rings of paste and silver. She was superb, glittering, slender, strong, and possessed of the old brilliant power to distract thought and concentrate attention. In that instant the battle was half won. There were those in the audience who felt that the mere sight of her was enough. In her box on the first tier, Mrs. Callender sat up with a start, raised her lorgnettes and said tiens. Quel chic. Beside her Mrs. Mallinson, the lady novelist, murmured, superb creature, and the Honourable Emma Hawksby, back again to live off the Americans on the strength of being a niece to the disreputable Duke of Middlebottom, thought again that the big feet of English women were a serious hindrance and that perhaps her countrywomen went in too much for walking. The elderly rake, Wickham Chase, sighed bitterly at the tragedy of old age and the loss of vigour. Bishop Smallwood, whom Sabina had dubbed the apostle to the genteel, thought, she looks like my WAM friend, Mrs. Sigourney, but, considering the impression, thought better of it and said nothing, since Mrs. Sigourney had long since overplayed her game and become utterly declassy. And the third, a nondescript bachelor, strove to peer between Mrs. Mallinson's supporting dog collar and the bony back of the Honourable Emma Hawksby. If he had any thoughts at all, they were not very interesting. For 30 years he had been sitting in the back of boxes at plays, concerts, and the opera, peering between plump backs and skinny ones. Below them the audience stretched away row upon row, in dim lines marshalled into neat columns like an advancing army seen through a mist. Mrs. Callender thought, ah! She is magnificent. The transformation scarcely seems possible. Still, the girl had it in her always. And a little voice kept saying to her, you will win. She is an admirable pawn. You will succeed. You will get what you want if you work hard enough and are clever about it. Down among the dim rows spread out below them sat Hattie Tolliver, in a new gown chosen by Ellen. Large and vigorous she sat, looking a little like a powerful and eccentric duchess, by the side of Miss Ogilvy in her mauve taffeta with the corals and cameos, her thin hair done elaborately in a fashion she had not worn since she was a girl. They sat there, the eagle and the linnet, trembling with excitement, the tears very close to the surface of the emotional Hattie. Presently, as Ellen took her place at the piano and struck a few crashing chords, Hattie could bear it no longer. She leaned toward the stranger at her side, a woman with short hair and an umbrella, and said in triumph, "That's my daughter who's playing." The stranger stared at her for an instant and murmured, "Is it indeed?" And the music began. Hattie really wanted to tell them all the row upon row of strangers, obscured now by the darkness. Charles Tolliver at his end of the row closed his eyes and slipped presently into the borderland between sleep and consciousness, a country where there is no reality and all is covered by a rosy mist. Through this the music came to him distantly. He fancied he was back once more in the shabby living room with Ellen playing sullenly at the upright piano. And for a little time he was happy. Robert, who had no ear for music, felt uncomfortable and disapproved of his sister's low-cut gown. Robert was a prig, he took after his grandfather Barr, the citizen. The everlasting was not to be seen. He had been left at home, because it was impossible to say how he would behave on such an occasion. One dared not take the risk. In the mind of Hattie, sitting there in the shadows of the great hall, there could be no question of failure. Was it not her Ellen, her little girl whom she had once held upon her knee, who now sat, as it were, upon a throne before a world which listened breathlessly? All those people who filled the seats about her and above her might have risen and left, but to Hattie the evening would have been a great success, a triumph in which the judgment of the world had been wrong. They did not leave, instead they sat, leaning forward a bit or slipped down in their seats with closed eyes, bedazzled as much by the perfection and grace of this new musician as by the music itself. Rebecca, standing in the darkness at the back of the great hall, understood all that. She knew that in part the triumph was her own, for had she not tricked them, hypnotized them? They would not be able to forget. She, like Hattie, felt with every fiber of her body, the very sensations of all those people who listened, people from great houses of the rich who had heard of Lilybar from friends in Europe, people from the suburbs who would rush away in frantic haste for the last train home, people, young people like the one who sat next to Hattie, in shabby clothes and worn shoes, who were fighting now desperately, as Ellen had once fought, to reach that same platform, that same brilliant shower of light. They listened, enchanted by the sound, caught by the spell of one woman's genius and another's brilliant trickery. Possessed they were, for the moment. And presently the tears began to stream down Hattie's face. They dropped to the hands worn and red, concealed now by the expensive gloves which cramped her uncomfortably. The applause rose and fell in great waves, sweeping over her with the roaring of a great surf heard far away, and through it the voice of Miss Ogilvy, saying gently, "Who would have believed it?" And then at length, when the sound of the last number had died away, an overwhelming surf which would not die even when the woman in crimson appeared again and again under the brilliant shower of light, until at last Lilybar seated herself before the great satiny piano, and the crowd, which had pushed forward to the stage, grew quiet and stood listening, waiting, silent and expectant, the people from great houses, the people from the suburbs, the young people with worn shoes and shabby clothes. And into the air there rang a shower of spangled notes, gay and sparkling, embracing a rhythm older than any of them. For Lilybar, or was it Ellen Tolliver, was playing now the beautiful Blue Danube. It was not the old simple waltz that Hattie had picked out upon the organ in her father's parlor, but an extravagant, brilliant arrangement which beneath the strong, white fingers became fantastical and beautiful beyond description. Hattie Tolliver wept because she understood. It was as if Ellen, the proud, silent Ellen, had been suddenly stripped of all the old inarticulate pride, as if suddenly she had grown eloquent and all the barriers, like the walls of Jericho, had tumbled down. Hattie Tolliver understood. Her daughter was speaking to her now across all the gulf of years, across the 100 walls which stood between them. This was her reward. She understood and wept at the sudden revelation of the mysterious thread that ran through all life. All this triumph, this beauty, all this splendor had its beginning long ago on the harmonium in the parlor of old Jacob Barr's farm. When the lights went up and Hattie, drying her eyes and suffering her hand to be patted by Miss Ogilvy, was able to look about her, she saw with a feeling of horror among the figures crowded in a group before the stage a coonskin coat and a sharp old face that was familiar. It was the everlasting. He had come, after all, alone, aloof, as he had always lived. He stood with his bony old head tilted back a little, peering through his steel-rimmed spectacles at the brilliant figure of his granddaughter. For an instant Hattie thought, triumphantly, now he can see that my child is great. That she is famous. He will see, she thought, what a good mother I have been. But her sense of triumph was dimmed a little because she knew that Ellen belonged also to him, all that part which she had never been able to understand. It was Gramps' triumph as well as Hattie's. To her horror she heard him shouting, "Bravo! Bravo!" in a thin, cracked voice, as if he were a young man again listening while Liszt played to an audience of foreigners. In the box, looking down on the crowd below, Therese Callender waited to the end. She sent Mrs. Mallinson, the Honorable Emma Hawksby, the apostle to the genteel, Wickham Chase and the nondescript bachelor away in her motor, bidding the driver return for her. She sat peering down through her lorgnettes, plump and secure in her sables and dirty diamonds, a little bedazzled like all the others but still enough in control of her senses to be interested in the figures below. Among them she too noticed the extraordinary figure of a skinny old man in a coonskin coat, who stood a little apart from the others with a triumphant smile on his sharp, wrinkled face. At the moment she was in an optimistic mood because there had occurred in the course of the concert an incident which, with all the rich superstition of her nature, she interpreted as a good omen. Between the two parts of the program when dozens of bouquets, mostly purchased by Rebecca, were rushed forward to the platform, she saw that Lily Barr leaned down and chose a great bunch of yellow roses. It was the bouquet which Therese had sent. It was an omen. If there had been any wavering in the mind of Therese it vanished at once. Ellen could not consciously have chosen it. She was sure now that she would succeed. Behind the stage whither she turned her steps when the last of the applause had died away and the lights were turned out, she found Ellen standing surrounded by a noisy throng. Among them she recognized only Sanson, who had grown feeble and white since last she saw him. And there was an extraordinary, powerful woman, handsome in a large way, who wore her white gloves awkwardly, and beside her a little old spinster in an absurd gown of mauve taffeta adorned with cameos and coral pins. These two stood beside the musician, the one proud and smiling, the other a little frightened, as a bird might be. It was all exciting. Therese waited on the edge of the throng until all had gone save the big handsome woman and the little spinster in mauve. Then she stepped forward and saw that Ellen recognized her. "Ah," said Ellen, coldly. "Mrs. Calendar. Were you here too?" Therese did not say that the concert was magnificent. She knew better than to add one more to the heap of garish compliments. She said, "It was the first time I have been where I could hear you. I knew you would do it some day. You remember, I told you so." There was a look in Ellen's eye which said, "Ah, you forgot me for years. Now that I am successful everything is different." Then drawing her black cloak about her crimson dress, she laid a hand on the arm of the big, handsome woman. "This is my mother. Mrs. Calendar," she said. "And this is Miss Ogilvy, my first music teacher." Mrs. Tolliver eyed Therese with suspicion, and Miss Ogilvy simpered and bowed. "I came back to ask you to come home to supper with me," said Mrs. Calendar to Ellen. "We could have a sandwich and a glass of sherry and talk for a time. I've opened the house." For a moment the air was filled with a sense of conflict. The suspicion of Hattie, as she saw her daughter slipping from her, rose into hostility. In the end she lost, for Ellen said, "Yes, I'll come for a little time." And then turning to her mother, she added, "You and Miss Ogilvy go to the Ritz. I'll come there later. Rebecca has ordered supper." But it was not Therese Calendar who won. It was someone who was not there at all, a dark man of whose very existence Hattie Tolliver had never heard. 50 Meanwhile in the front of the concert hall a little man whom none of them had seen slipped away before the lights came up, into the protecting darkness of the street. He had come in late to sit far back in the shadow beneath the balcony. Rebecca had noticed him, for he sat almost beside her and behaved in a queer fashion, but never having seen him before, she gave the matter no further thought. In the midst of the concert he had suddenly begun to weep, snuffling and drying his eyes with a furtive shame. He was a small man with a sallow face and shifting eyes which looked at you in a trembling, apologetic fashion, a trick that had come over him in the years since he had been driven from the comfortable flat on the top floor of the Babylon Arms. Rebecca, of course, had never heard of Mr. Wick, yet she noticed him now because he fidgeted with his umbrella and because his hands trembled violently when he held his handkerchief to his eyes. He appeared, in his snivelling, frightened way, to be deeply affected by the music. He went out quickly, among the first, looking behind him as if he stood in terror of being recognized and accused before all those people. Once in the street, he drew his shabby overcoat close about him, and turned his steps southward with such speed that at times the passers-by glared at him for jostling them at the crossings. They must have thought too, when he looked at them, that there was a reflection of madness in the staring eyes. He plunged south into the glare of light that pierced the darkness above Broadway like a pillar of fire. He had seen her again, the one woman whom he hated above all persons on earth. He would have killed her. It would have given him pleasure to see her die, but as he ran, he knew that he had not the courage. He thought, I could not bear to face her even for the moment before I struck. I could not bear the look in her eyes. The old look of contempt and accusation, as if she knew what it was he had told Clarence. He was gone now. Clarence. Perhaps one might find him on the other side. On and on he ran past brilliant pools of light, red and purple, green and yellow, past lurid posters adorning movie palaces showing men in death cells and women being carried down ladders in the midst of flames, past billboards on which extravagantly beautiful women kicked naked legs high in the air. They were not for him, whose only knowledge of love was that feeble flicker of affection he had had for Clarence, past rich motors filled with furs and painted women, past restaurants and hotels, glittering with light from which drifted faintly the sounds of wild music, past all this until he emerged at last from the phantasmagoria in which he had no part, into the protective murkiness of a street which led west toward the North River, a street which began in delicatessen and clothing shops and degenerated slowly into rows of shabby brownstone houses, down at the heel and neglected, with the placards of chiropractors and midwives and beauty doctors thrust behind dusty lace curtains. He hurried now, more rapidly than ever, with the air of a terrified animal seeking its burrow, to hide away from all that world of success and wealth and vigor that lay behind him. She had come, he thought, out of the Middle West, knowing nothing, bringing nothing, to destroy Clarence and win all that he had seen tonight. She had trampled them all beneath her feet. And what had he? Mr. Wick? Nothing. Nothing. Only the obscenities of a boarding house into which she had driven him a second time. It was like all women. They preyed upon men. They destroyed them. And she had been vulgar and stupid and awkward. At last he turned in at a house which bore a placard "Rooms to Let." There he let himself in with a key and hurried up the gaslit stairs pursued by a gigantic shadow cast by the flickering of a flame turned economically low. His room lay at the end of the top floor passage beyond the antiquated bathroom with its tin tub. Once inside, he bolted the door and flung himself down on the blankets of his bed to weep. A light, brilliant but far away, cast the crooked outline of an ailanthus tree against the faded greasy paper of the room. A cat, lean and adventurous, moved across the sill, and a cat 50 times its size moved in concert across the wall at the foot of the bed. Amid the faint odors of onions and dust, Mr. Wick wept pitifully, silently. For a long time he lay thus, tormented by memories of what he had seen, the crowd cheering and applauding, the woman in crimson and diamonds, an evil creature, symbol of all the cruelties which oppressed him. There were memories too that went back to the days at the Babylon Arms before she had come out of the West to destroy everything, days when Clarence, succumbing to the glamour of a name, had treated him as if he were human, days which had marked the peak of happiness. Since then everything had been a decline, a slipping downward slowly into a harsh world where there was no place for him. After a time, he grew more calm and lay with the quiet of a dead man, staring at the shadows on the wall until at last he raised himself and sat on the edge of the bed, holding his head in his thin hands. It was midnight. A clock somewhere in the distance among all those lights sounded the hour slowly, when he again stirred and, taking up from the bed an old newspaper, set himself to tearing it slowly into strips. He worked with all the concentration of a man hypnotized, until at last the whole thing had been torn into bits. Then he went to the window and with great care stuffed each tiny crevice in the rattling frame. In the same fashion he sealed the cracks about the sagging door. And when he had done this he approached the jet on which he was accustomed to heat the milk which made him sleep. But tonight the bottle of milk was left in its corner, untouched. He glanced at it and, after a moment's thought, reached up and slowly turned the knob of the jet until the gas began to hiss forth into the tiny room. When he had done all this he returned to the bed and, wrapping himself in his overcoat, lay down in peace. He did not weep now. He was quite calm. He came very close to achieving dignity. He waited. Outside the adventurous cat set up an amorous wail. The shadows danced across the wallpaper in a fantastic procession, and presently as if by a miracle their place was taken by another procession quite different, a procession in which there were ladies in crinolines out of the portraits which had once known the grandeur of a house on Lower Fifth Avenue, and men in trousers strapped beneath their boots, and even a carriage or two drawn by bright, prancing horses, a dim procession out of the past. And presently the second procession faded like the first. The walls of the room melted away. There was a great oblivion, a peace, an endless space where one stood alone, very tall and very powerful. A great light, and through a rosy mist the sound of a tomcat's amorous wail, more and more distant, raised in an ironic hymn of love to accompany the passing of Mr. Wick, for whom there was no place in this world. 51 The sound of the same clock striking midnight failed to penetrate the thick old curtains muffling the library on Murray Hill. Here Therese and Ellen sat talking, almost, one might have said, as if nothing had happened since Ellen last passed through the bronze door on her way to the Babylon Arms. Under the long, easy flow of Therese's talk her irritation had dissolved until now, 2 hours after the concert, they faced each other much as they had done long ago. It was Ellen who had changed. Therese was older, a little weary, and a trifle more untidy, but otherwise the same shrewd, talkative, her brisk mind darting now here, now there, like a bright minnow, seeking always to penetrate the shiny, brittle surfaces which people held before them as their characters. She found, no doubt, that Ellen had learned the trick of the shiny, brittle surface. She understood that it was by no means as easy as it had been to probe to the depths the girl's inmost thoughts. She had learned to protect herself. Nothing could hurt her now unless she chose to reveal a weakness in her armor. Therese understood at once that if her plan was to succeed, it must turn upon Ellen's own volition. The girl, she was no longer a girl, but Therese still thought of her in that fashion, could not be tricked into a bargain. Beyond all doubt she understood that Richard was dangerous, that he had the power of causing pain. As they talked, far into the night, Therese fancied that Ellen sat there so handsome in the long crimson gown, so self-possessed, so protected by the shiny, brittle surface, weighing in her mind the question of ever seeing him again. They did not approach the topic openly. For a long time Therese chattered, in the deceptive way she had, of 1,000 things which had very little to do with the case. "You have seen Sabina now and then," she put forward, cautiously. "2 or 3 times. She called on me." Therese chuckled quietly. "She must admire you. It is unusual for her to make an advance of that sort." The observation drew just the answer she had hoped for, just the answer which Ellen, thinking perhaps that the whole matter should be brought out into the light, saw fit to give. "It was not altogether admiration," she said. "It was more fear. You see, she had imagined a wonderful story, a story that he had brought me to Paris, and that I was his mistress." For a moment Ellen felt a twinge of conscience at breaking the pledge of confidence she had given Sabina. Still, she must use the weapons at hand. She understood perfectly that there was something they wanted of her. She understood that any of them, save only Calendar himself, would have sacrificed her to their own schemes. He would sacrifice her only to himself. She was a little out of her head, I think, for a long time after little Therese was born. She grieved too because she could never have another child. She wanted to give Dick an heir. She was very much in love with him, then. The last word she added, as if by an afterthought. At this Ellen thrust forward another pawn, another bit of knowledge which had come to her from Sabina. He neglects her badly, doesn't he? Therese pursed her lips and frowned, as if for a moment the game had gotten out of hand. I don't fancy it's a case of neglect. They're simply not happy. You see, it was not, she smiled with deprecation. Shall I be quite frank? It was not a matter of love in the beginning. It was a mariage de convenance. Yes. He told me that, himself. Before the wedding took place. There was a light now in Ellen's eye, a wicked gleam, as if the game were amusing her tremendously, as if she found a mischievous delight in baiting this shrewd old woman with bits of knowledge which showed her how little she really knew of all that had taken place. Of course, Therese continued, she fell in love with him after a time. But for him it was impossible. You see, there is only one person with whom he has ever really been in love. It was a case of fascination. Ellen did not ask who this person was because she knew now, beyond all doubt. She had a strange sense of having lived all the scene before, and she knew that it was her sense of drama which was again giving her the advantage. Once before it had saved her when her will, her conscious will, had come near to collapse. Long ago it was, in the preposterous Babylon Arms which Clarence had thought so grand. He gave me a dog, she said, by way of letting Mrs. Calendar know that she understood who the mysterious person was. Just before I left for Vienna. I have him here with me, at the Ritz. He is very like Richard. Mrs. Calendar poured out more sherry. She felt the need of something to aid her. And then she emerged abruptly, after the law of tactics which she usually followed, into the open. I don't mind saying, my dear, that you're the one who has fascinated him, always. Ellen smiled coldly. He is not what one might call a passionate lover. He is faithful. Ellen's smile expanded into a gentle laugh. One might call it, I suppose, a fidelity of the soul, of the spirit, a sublimated fidelity. There crept into her voice a thin thread of mockery, roused perhaps by the memory of Sabina's confidences. Therese shrugged her fat shoulders and the movement set the plastron of dirty diamonds all a-glitter. That is that, she observed. You know him as well as I do. Better, thought Ellen, so much better, because I know how dangerous he is. But she kept silent. I think he would marry you tomorrow, if you would have him. For an instant Ellen came very near to betraying herself. She felt the blood rise into her face. She felt a sudden faintness that emerged dimly from the memories of him as a lover, so charming, so subtle, so given to fierce, quick waves of passion. Did he send you to tell me that? She asked in a low voice. No. But I know it just the same. I have talked to him, not openly, of course. No, thought Ellen, not openly, but like this, like the way you are talking to me. It was dangerous, this business of insinuation. It is remarkable that the feeling has lasted so long, so many years, Therese continued. It has not been like that with any other woman. I think he is fascinated by your will, your power, your determination. You make me a great person, observed Ellen with irony, but not a very seductive one. There are ways and ways of seduction. What seduces one man passes over the head of another. It is a perverse attraction. Perhaps. But most attractions are. Therese had seen the sudden change at the mention of her son's name, just as she had seen the change in her son when Ellen's name had been brought into the light. She meditated for a time in silence and then observed, "You are looking tired tonight." There were dark circles under Ellen's eyes, pale evidences of the strain, the excitement which had not abated for an instant since they embarked for Vienna. "I am tired," she said, "very tired." "You should rest," pursued Therese. "You could go to the place on Long Island. You could be alone there, if you liked. I shouldn't bother you. I shall be busy in town until this tangle over money is settled." Ellen stirred and sighed. "No, that's impossible. It's good of you to offer it, but I can't accept. I can't stop now. You see, the ball has been started rolling. One must take advantage of success while it's at hand. Never let a chance slip past. I know that, by experience. You see, Miss Schunberg, she's my manager, has arranged a great many engagements. Whenever you want a place to rest," continued Therese, "let me know." It was true that she was tired, bitterly tired, and more troubling, more enduring than the mere exhaustion was the obscure feeling that she had passed from one period of her life into another, that she had left behind somewhere in these 3 exciting years a milestone that marked the borderland of youth, of that first, fresh, exuberant youth which, at bottom, had been the source of all her success. It had slipped away somehow, in the night, without her knowing it. She was still strong, she knew that well enough, still filled with energy, but something was gone, a faint rosy mist perhaps, which had covered all life, even in the bitterest moments, with a glow that touched everything with a glamorous unreality, which made each new turning seem a wild adventure. It was gone, life was slipping past. Here she sat, a woman little past 30, and what had she gained in exchange? Fame, perhaps. And wealth, which lay just around the next corner. Something had escaped her, something which in her mind was associated dimly with Lily and the memory of the pavilion silvered by the moon. She stirred suddenly.